upstairs or downstairs. Every motor that's manufactured at this point is emitting some type of telemetry. I mean, every time I browse the web, there's telemetry being created. And so this torrent of information allows us to better understand our customers, our operations, and the use of our products and services. And this is fuel for transformation, which then allows us to go mine for intelligence, predict what customers may need, and understand when a piece of equipment is on its way to a challenging spot or even to failure before it gets there. Taking all of this information, these predictions, and then feeding that back into your business processes. This is where change is occurring. So that's where we get Dynamics 365. We have this unified solution, this CRM, this ERP that has come together to work on desktop computers, mobile devices. It's adaptable to multiple different businesses. And on the top half, we have our model-driven apps, which include we have commerce, sales, marketing, customer service, field service. On the bottom, we have some of our finance, which include human resources, supply chain management, finance. And all of that is supported by the Power Platform. And we'll take a look at the Power Platform later on today. But what we have there is we have our Power BI, which is great for building intelligent graphs, very engaging graphs. Power Automate, which is there to help you streamline and automate some of those mundane tasks that might get you hung up or slow you down. Power Apps, which makes it so you no longer have to be a developer to create applications to help solve business problems. We have Power Virtual Agents, which allow you to help your customers any time of the day. And then AI Builder, AI is something that I just think is so fascinating as we talk about with Dynamics because it integrates with so many of the different services. And we'll also look at some of the mixed reality that comes with it. But this is Dynamics 365 fundamentals. Moving into what artificial intelligence is and how it can support. Well, artificial intelligence, really what this is a set of algorithms that computers use to analyze data to make some type of conclusion. And it's usually done through reasoning, understanding, or interacting. So let's say, for example, there's an environmental conservation organization that's looking for volunteers to help identify and catalog different species of wildflowers, and they're using their phone app. Well, the animation you see on your screen shows how machine learning can be used to enable this scenario. So first, we have our team of botanists and the data scientists who are collecting the sample of the wildflowers. Then they're labeling them. Once they label them, they're using an algorithm to process the relationships. Then it's actually creating this model. So when new samples are found by volunteers, the model can identify the correct species and then apply that label. So when we look at how Dynamics can be used in Dynamics 365, we're able to take all of this data that we are collecting. Remember, we said that telemetry is being emitted from a number of different spaces all over our businesses. And we're able to take all that data, and through different connectors, we're going in and we're using those algorithms to basically create customer insights. So whether it's behavioral or demographic or transactional, we're able to take all of that data and then send it through our machine learning and artificial intelligence. And then we can take action from that, whether it's changing our marketing plans or changing a new business strategy or making sure that we are filling in the gaps where maybe we weren't delivering the best products or the best customer service. This is how AI can help support you in your business when it comes to Dynamics 365. And as we look at artificial intelligence in Dynamics 365, we start to explore what we call mixed reality. And mixed reality is the result of blending the physical world with the digital world. And this is really the next evolution in human, computer, and environmental interaction. And what I think is really cool about this is it starts to unlock possibilities that before was just in our imaginations. And this is really made possible because we have such great advancements in computer vision, graphical processing power, display technologies, and different input systems. So the graph on the screen, you can see how humans, the environment, and computer processing all interact. So first we have the human input. So that's that green circle. Human input happens through a variety of means. This could be keyboards, your mouse, touch, ink, voice, even connect skeletal tracking. Now, when we look at the interaction between computer and environment, this is referred to what we call as perception. We create perception by capturing environmental input, and this can be head tracking, your surfaces, so spatial mapping, boundaries, ambient lighting, environmental sound, object recognition, and location. So when we combine all of these different perceptions, we create a mixed reality experience, because the movement that's happening in the physical world is translating to movement that's happening in the digital world. And those boundaries between the physical world, start to then blend with the computer world. Now, since mixed reality blends both physical and digital worlds, these two realities define polar ends, and this is what we refer to as the mixed reality spectrum. Now, on the left-hand side, we have physical reality, and this is what we humans, I'm assuming I don't have any robots on the call, but we humans exist on the right-hand side, and we have the corresponding digital reality. So we have our near physical reality. So this means that you as a user, you're remaining present in your physical environment, and you're never made to believe that you've ever left that environment. Now, when we get into that fully mixed reality, this is where we start to blend the real world and digital world. And we see that a lot with the HoloLens. Now, a near digital world, this is where you would experience a fully digital environment and you're completely unaware of the physical environment around them. So that might be your virtual reality. We have a number of different strategies that focus on mixed reality here at Microsoft. So we want to be able to take that immersive mixed reality experience and apply it to users in your organization where they can use it to solve real world problems. And this can come in the form of training experiences, virtual product design, collaboration. And we actually have 3 different, tools that we'll be discussing today. So we have our holographic devices. So that might be the HoloLens. And this is something that's characterized by the device's ability to place digital content in the real world. So you can see from the picture, we have a factory worker working on a motor, and she is having a mixed reality experience. She is working on the motor in the physical world. However, we have a digital guide, and that's what we call our Dynamics 365 guide, that's actually walking her through what the next step is and providing annotation through the HoloLens that gives her the ability to follow step by step. We also have immersive devices, and these are characterized by that device's ability to create a sense of presence, and it's hiding the physical world. So that's going to be more of your virtual reality. But really, we want to make sure that we can create an experience that's going to help solve a problem. So HoloLens is a really great tool because it allows you to view mixed reality. You can troubleshoot, repair, and perform your tasks with confidence and speed because you have the ability to pull critical information like we see here in the picture of step by step. And part of that is through guides. So this is where you can actually set up in your organization guides to help your employees with those step-by-step processes, and it can even include little instructions. We also have our remote assist. This is a really great way for your employees to collaborate with one another without being in the same physical space. So whether you're connecting through Teams, you can actually show and annotate and work side by side with someone that you're not actually in the same room with. It's really cool, and we'll take a little bit more of a look at remote assistant guides tomorrow when we look at our field service. So that is kind of an introduction to the digital transformation that's going on in the world and how Dynamics 365 can help. And the rest of this 2-day session is going to be looking specifically at the applications that can help support the digital transformation and disrupt the industry in your own business, your own organization, your own industry. And that can all be done through Microsoft Dynamics 365, which is built on the Power Platform. Again, this was just meant to serve as an introduction. We'll start diving deeper into some of the other modules, but I would like to encourage you to check out some of the different study material. Again, that's available at aka.ms/D365FunPath. In this module, we've had an opportunity to look at why you would use Dynamics 365 to advance your business goals. Let's go ahead and move into our next module where we'll actually start diving deeper into some of those module-driven apps. We're now going to start to dive into the heart of Dynamics 365, which includes our model-driven apps. Module 2, we're going to be spending about an hour looking at our sales and marketing. We'll be looking at some of the sales, the processes, and the pipelines it can help you out with, and how really better to engage with your customers, both through marketing and through your sales process. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at Dynamics 365 Sales. Now, with Dynamics 365 Sales, you're able to move beyond disconnected data, and it allows you to gain real, measurable business value. And the way that we get this business value through Dynamics 365 Sales is by breaking down data silos. And it's designed to create unified relationship through your data across your Dynamics 365 platform, LinkedIn, as well as your Office products. And what's nice about Dynamics 365s is it's going to help your sales team build strong relationships with their customers. And they're going to get a number of different insights, and essentially, and most importantly when it comes to sales, you're able to close your sales faster. Now, one of the key benefits of Dynamics 365 Sales is that it empowers your team to make personal engagement with the customers and really drive business. And today, the process of engaging customers really can't be a one-size-fits-all. It has to be adaptive across all the different touch points within the context of who your customer is and what they're doing. Microsoft Dynamics enables your company to build customer trust, loyalty, and insight, while also enabling your sales, service, and marketing team to be as productive as possible. And with Dynamics 365, it's helping your company deliver exceptional customer experiences. And some of the ways that it does this is keeping track of your accounts and contacts. You're able to nurture your sales from lead to order. You can create sales collateral, create marketing lists and campaigns. And this is something that I think is really cool. You can even follow service cases that are associated with specific accounts, maybe to look for different opportunities. Now, when we look at the sales process, sales processes are going to vary from organization to organization. What we have here is a 5-step process that we're going to just use in our example. So we first have our qualify stage. And in our qualify stage, that's where we're going to get a lead. And a lead can come from really anywhere. It can come from an event, it can come from an ad, but essentially as a lead is like, this could be a potential for business. So when we're in the qualify stage, what your sales team is doing is that they're deciding whether or not that this lead is something that they should be pursuing. And when they pursue that lead, we then have the opportunity to qualify that lead. And we'll take a little bit a look in the program in just a minute here so you can see what that step looks like within Dynamics. But from the lead stage, we go into our opportunity stage. And in the opportunity stage, that's when we are then move from qualified to develop. And here is where you're creating the account information. This is where you're building the relationship with your customer. Whether it's creating a brand new account, linking to an additional, linking to an already existing contact. But this is where you're doing your research. This is really where your sales work begins. And, think about your sales manager. They want to optimize the opportunity management process. They want to understand what their customers look like, what business value they can add. And the way that they do that is through the opportunity stage. Now, if everything goes well and you move to a quote, so that's kind of like going from the develop to the propose, you create a quote, say this is how we can help you, whether it's by providing product catalogs, your pricing, your discounting, all of that. Then if the customer accepts it, we then go into closing, we create the order, then we go into the fulfilled once it's fulfilled. And we'll look into that a little bit more in a minute. But I want to focus specifically on that lead to opportunity, because that can sometimes be where it gets complicated for your sales team. Because building a healthy pipeline can honestly be one of the most difficult and time-consuming tasks that sellers and managers do. Sales pipeline, they affect everything from manufacturing schedules to even staffing decisions. So Dynamics 365 Sales has a built-in feature to support the sales functions. And this includes qualifying leads, managing sales opportunities, all of this to build a healthy sales pipeline. And your sales manager or your administrator, you can actually configure these features to support your sales organization. So what we have here on the screen is actually a breakdown between that qualify stage and that develop stage. So it doesn't just go from, we get a lead and then we qualify or disqualify it. But instead, we actually start with, okay, we got a business card. We have let's say our sales rep, Tom, gets a business card at a trade show. So what they're doing is they're entering in that business card information into Dynamics 365. But here's one little helpful thing that Dynamics has is there's actually a business card scanner. So while Tom is in the field, he doesn't actually have to go through and enter in that information. He can actually use his phone on the mobile app, take a picture of that business card, and using artificial intelligence, Dynamics 365 can actually say whether or not this account's already created. If not, can create one, can link it. But that we'll get into that in a little bit. That's one of the really cool features of Dynamics. But essentially, when we're in that qualify stage, Tom got that business card, and it's just a lead. It doesn't mean that's actual sales opportunity yet. So they're entering that lead into Dynamics. That's where we're able to do the research. Maybe he's connected to LinkedIn. You can see where that organization has been in the news. So this is all to help manage the pipeline. So then maybe Tom is back in the office and he's doing his follow-up after the trade show, and he calls that lead. Well, I don't know about you, but organizations change all the time. And so maybe Tom moves on to a different account or he gets a promotion. Well, if Tom called, the next person to pick up, you don't want to just say like, oh, hey, we talked to you at that trade show. Well, Tom entered his notes into Dynamics 365 using the CRM feature. And so those notes, who he spoke with, are all captured. So no matter if it's Tom, his manager, or whoever's following up on the account, they know exactly where Tom left off. But let's just say, Tom stays in his role, so he called the lead, and then he's actually able to interact with other colleagues, maybe who have interacted with that organization or maybe other individuals at the account. So then we can see that Tom actually scheduled a face-to-face with the lead, and, the customer said, yep, I want to move forward. I think this is interested. then Tom is qualifying that lead. And once that lead is qualified, it moves on to the opportunity stage. Now, this whole process here is what we call a business process flow. And what it does, it actually guides you through each stage of your organization's procedures. So you know exactly what's required in each stage of the procedure, and you have the necessary data and the tools to execute it. So let's say, for example, here, Tom's organization requires a face-to-face meeting with a lead before it can become an opportunity. So before a lead can be qualified to move into the opportunity stage, a face-to-face meeting has to be scheduled. Doesn't matter if there's 10 phone calls, it will not become an opportunity unless the business flow process is met. And again, that's completely customizable from organization to organization. Now let's actually go ahead and jump into the portal and take a look at what this business process flow looks like. So I am logged into my Dynamics 365 sales portal, and you can see from my screen that I have actually set up my portal to take me straight to my dashboards. Now, before we get into how you can manage your sales pipeline, let's just go on a little bit of a tour of Dynamics 365 sales. So over here in the navigation pane, this is where I can see my different accounts. So that would be an organization that might be working with a company I'm working with. Contacts are individuals within that organization. And what's really nice about Dynamics 365 for sales is that contacts can actually be linked or moved depending on if they move to different companies. So I know many salespeople, they will actually stay in contact with an individual. And so as they change jobs or change roles, oftentimes that they're introduced to new customers or new accounts. So that's where you can see your customer detail here. Underneath the sales tab, that's where we can see our leads. So remember, our leads are anything from, whether you got a business card, a respond to an ad, really anything can be a lead. Basically, it's an introduction to what could potentially be an opportunity. You can see I have my opportunities here. I also can list out my competitors. We also talked about some of the collateral of how you can manage quotes, orders, invoices, products. You can upload sales literature. We'll talk a little bit more about marketing and some of the different goals a little bit later, but all of that here is available in your navigation pane. And with Dynamics 365, they try to make everything very simple and with very few clicks. So here I can see my social dashboard, so I can see my sales pipeline, my current open leads, and I can see my source, whether it's from an advertisement, a trade show, web. Right now, my opportunities, closed opportunities, as well as activities. And activities is something that's so incredibly helpful for managing your day-to-day calendar. And as we talk about integrations later on today, you can actually sync this with your Outlook calendar, and that way your tasks are automatically scheduled into your Outlook calendar. You can see here are for my dashboard, here are some tasks that I have. Whether it's a phone call or I need to follow up with something, discuss a new opportunity, all of that is here. But let's go ahead and go through the lead to opportunity qualification process that we just discussed. So I am going to go up first to our accounts just so you can see where my list of accounts are. So say that I was working with, let's say, AdventureWorks. I can then come into AdventureWorks and I can see a timeline of everything that's happened within this organization, whether an opportunity was completed, some different product features, but you see I have all of their contact information. I have my primary contact, so Nancy Anderson is who I've been working with. So everything within Dynamics 365 Sales is very easy to get to, very easy to navigate, and it's very intuitive. And it also syncs with many of the other model-driven apps, which include marketing, which we'll talk about next, field service, customer service, all of that's here. Up at the top, you'll notice the navigation page stays the same. So I have my save options. If I wanted to create something new, it'll give me an opportunity to create a new account. But I don't want to necessarily do that right now. But you can see that this navigation pane stays the same. Now, one of the cool things is I can actually export basically anything in Dynamics to Excel. And this will come in really handy later on when we take a look of how you can analyze your data and create different reports within Dynamics. But let's go ahead and go back to our leads and how we can manage that process. So I am going to click on leads, and you can see I have my new existing leads right here. I'm going to just go ahead and create a new one. And this is where I can create a topic. And you'll notice up here at the top, this should look really familiar. So I have my lead, my qualify, develop, propose, close. But because I have that business flow process already created, also known as your sales playbook, I can't move on to the develop stage until my qualify is met. So you can see that I have to then go through, and I have some minimum things that have to be done. So whether are they an existing contact, an existing account, purchase time frame, and these are all things that in this scenario, the sales manager would actually be able to set up to help guide their sales team through the process. And this is really important because it ensures that everyone throughout the organization is following the same process. And that way, during the qualify stage, like when we get to the proposal, if we didn't know what the purchase time frame was in the beginning during the qualify stage, and we get to proposal and we'll say, oh, well, no, we're not looking to do this for another year and a half, we potentially wasted a lot of time that could be spent on other accounts who are closer to their purchase date. So this is a really great way for you to very quickly go in and enter information. But let's actually create a brand new lead. So the topic could be interested in smartwatch. All right. And of course, typing in front of everybody always makes me nervous. And you can see here I have these red asterisks. That indicates that this is a required field. So I must create that field. I must enter information into that field in order to move on. So I now need to create a new field. So I'm going to do Cameron. Oh, and you can see I've used Cameron before. So Cameron's automatically going to pop up. Now I'm going to use a job title, and they are production director. And of course, spelling is also important. Now for their mobile phone, I can have it as, just for this case, I'm going to do a fake phone number. All right, so what this is going to do is actually create a new contact. So I can actually hit save right here. And now that lead has been created. Now, if I wanted to use an existing company, if I wanted to include any additional company information, this is where I can add it here. But then the timeline, this is where it's really helpful. So any notes, anything that I do, whether I have an appointment, an email, or phone call, I can then track all of that information here. So whether the phone number I call, the description, followed up on meeting. And again, the information that you include will change depending on your organization. Oh, so I'm requiring a subject, so I can just say follow up is my subject. And if there is anything particular, you can see I now have a phone call that was coming from me. You can sync this with your Outlook, so any outgoing emails or incoming emails can be sent here. But I also need to make sure that they are an existing contact. Oh, so I have Cameron here. An existing account. They are with AdventureWorks. So you can see if I can just search that, oh my goodness, magnifying glass. I'm able to search up the account. So I can select AdventureWorks here, purchase time frame, next quarter, estimated budget, let's just say 10,000. Purchase process is, I'm not sure what their purchase process is with. And have I identified a decision maker? Maybe I have to do that before I have to move on. And then I have now qualified that lead. So I'm going to go ahead and move to our next stage. And I'm going to hit save. Now I've now have my lead to opportunity, and I can click up here and go to my qualify stage. Yep, I have an account. I want to change this to an opportunity and click yes. So now we're moving from our lead or our develop stage our qualify stage into our develop stage. And now you can see I've automatically qualified this. And then I can go through and follow our sales process. So customer need, proposed solution. So you can see here I have my playbook all the way through. And say, for example, I finished something early, so maybe I've developed the proposal already. I can mark that as complete. But it will actually not allow me to move on until I've completed everything. So customer need, new order, proposed solution, place order. All right, I've identified the stakeholders, competitors. So then I'll go on to the next stage. I've identified the sales team, complete internal review. I presented the proposal. Next stage. Okay, I've completed the final proposal, marking as complete. Confirmed decision, let's say that they did it tomorrow. Ooh, I even have to send them a thank you. And then I file a debrief. Now, if I do have anybody from a sales team on the call, wouldn't it be great if this is with the full sale process of how quickly it went through? But again, this is all here to walk you through and make sure, even from sending a thank you note. So this is actually where I can close this one as close as one. And I can see that I won the actual revenue, the close date, was there a competitor, or any other descriptions. So this is a really great tool for managing your sales process. What we saw in the portal was sales automation. And with sales automation, essentially Dynamics 365 is making the process of building your sales contracts more efficient because you're taking advantage of the different collaboration tools. So whether you're using LinkedIn, your Office 365 products, existing data, maybe in a different program, all of that is going to be funneled into the insights that's going to help you with your prospecting, engagement, productivity, performance, and that's going to add business value. And all these different integrations let you use the sales management tools in Dynamics 365s to manage the process, such as identifying what to sell, what defining details you need to include in your sales pitch, and it also helps manage the negotiation process. You can use Dynamics 365s to build and deliver sales contracts to your customers. You can even build sales quotes by using different integrated product catalogs. So essentially, by taking advantage of the features within Dynamics 365 sales, whether it's the product catalog, quotes, orders, invoices, you can make all of your sales processes, whether it's creating, managing, or completing these sales orders, very simple and very repeatable. And that's one of the things that is really important when it comes to thinking about the customer experience, is you want it to be consistent across the organization. So one of the other things that's really helpful within Dynamics 365 is the pipeline management. And we saw that when we were in the portal. You have the ability to capture information about the sales lead. So whether you've worked with them in the past or maybe how they heard about you, different ways to engage with a lead, and then finally you can qualify the lead as an opportunity. And as we saw in the portal, maybe you disqualify a lead because at that moment it wasn't the right time for the customer, but maybe 6 months, 8 months, even 2 years later, you can then go back and requalify that lead. For our next section, I actually want to look at some of the tools within Dynamics 365 to help just continuously streamline that process. Now, we've talked about that business card scanner and that example with Tom, but it's a really helpful tool, and especially if your organization attends a lot of events or trade shows, because of the mobile device and how you can use it, whether you're connected to the internet or not connected to the internet, You can take that business card scanner and very quickly use your phone just to scan every single business card. And the artificial intelligence that's built into Dynamics 365 will actually scan those business cards, pull out all that information, and then upload it into Dynamics, whether it's creating a new account or linking it to an existing one. We took a look at the business process flows. This is really just, again, a guide for each stage of your organization's procedures. We have a relationship assistant. This is something that's really helpful, and again, it's using part of that artificial intelligence, but it can actually help gently nudge, is what we'll call it, your sales team, and it can help provide them with reminders of whether it's upcoming activities or due dates, or perhaps notifications of if a customer is listed in the news and you want to send a congratulations. Essentially, it's using all of this information to help nurture the sales process. We also have the record timeline, and we saw that timeline when I created that phone call. Basically, it allows you to see all the communication that's gone on with that account or that person in one single place. You don't have to go through clicking to find all the different information. One of the other things that I think is really important to take a look at when it comes to Dynamics 365 is the sales insights. And this is a really powerful AI tool because with sales insights, it allows you to easily identify what is and isn't working with your customers. It can actually analyze your customers' emotions in emails and phone transcripts and essentially record what the sentiment is. So if a customer isn't responding well to a potential sales pitch, it allows you to identify it. So we can see here, like 20 sales calls have a noticeably higher negative sentiment. So this is really interesting to take a look at, and it can help your sales team make better decisions. Even as a manager, you can help coach your team more effectively because you as a leader can have flags set up of saying, when we reach 20% that have a negative interaction, it's alerted on your dashboard. So essentially, this is just a really great tool. It can also help you make different connections. So perhaps you have a colleague working on a different account, but your contact worked there previously. Maybe you can get a warmer introduction from a colleague who has already had that active relationship. So essentially, this allows you to get more done by optimizing your email interactions. It gives you contextual, real-time prompts, and then suggests ways for you to take next steps, whether it's entering in notes, but it allows you to monitor and nurture your customer relationships. And it even provides a relationship health score. And as you can see, you can sort by individual, the team, last 24 hours, 7 days. So everything is very customizable, and you can export it to Excel if you'd like. Some of the other tools include the sales playbook. We took a look at this in our demo. This is really helpful for your sales managers because essentially your sales managers or users with these permissions are able to set up the playbook to administer a role or really create a template for common business scenarios. And so this template uses categories to define the event or the scenario. So that way you have that repeatable process and it's consistent throughout your entire sales team and from customer to customer. Another huge benefit we have here is our Microsoft Relationship Sales Solutions, or MRSS as sometimes you might hear it. But essentially, when we're working in a digital sales environment, it's really important for you to reduce distractions and stay on top of your priorities. Because when we're working digitally, it's really easy to just send an email after email after email, and they just go unanswered or unopened. So essentially, your sales team needs to understand the unique needs of your customers, and they have to focus on maintaining a high-level engagement with the buyer throughout the entire process. So, like I said, with the introduction of technology, organizations have experienced a significant increase in productivity. And, when you have more productivity, sometimes you can be a little bit more removed from your customers. Over time, we tend to shift away from building relationship just to executing transactions. And our customers expect an authentic and personal interaction. So, customers are always on their phone. They're connected to social media, the internet. They are more informed, have more power, and more influence. So your customers are more demanding, have higher expectations, but they're less satisfied with the sales experience. But Dynamics 365 is there to help with that. And it can help you move beyond the disconnected data to gain real, measurable business value. And this includes, starting with your data. You want to break down those data silos so it connects your Dynamics 365 to your LinkedIn, to your Office products. And with that, you have your artificial intelligence, that AI, who's using those insights, that sales insights, to basically help you identify the right next steps. It can also help you take some of that mundane, repetitive work out. So whether it's, sending a weekly email, you can automate that. And that way you can focus on building real relationships. But really, when we look at our sales team, we want to make sure not only are they exceeding their sales expectations, but they're exceeding the customer's expectations. And because of those insights that you're getting, you're able to make massive gains in a lot shorter of time. And so all of this is still increasing sales productivity, but you're still maintaining that high customer expectation. So really, the Microsoft Relationship Sales Solution is designed to help you stay focused on making those smart moves towards building more business. All right. And one of the ways it can actually help you do that, like I said, is by linking your LinkedIn. How's that for a tongue twister? But essentially with LinkedIn Sales Navigator, this combines dynamic sales, Power BI apps, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, and it's all tied into one dashboard to help you set up for success. And so what's really great about this is you can actually display LinkedIn information on existing leads and accounts in Dynamics 365 through the Sales Navigator widget. You have the ability to synchronize between Sales Navigator and Dynamics 365 daily so that your leads, contacts, and accounts present in Dynamics 365 are also visible in the Sales Navigator. And you are able to write either to Sales Navigator activities. So when you're working in the LinkedIn Sales Navigator, you can automatically write those activities into Dynamics 365 without creating duplicate works. And this is really good just as you work through your network, because LinkedIn is all about networking. And so by using both LinkedIn Sales Navigator and Dynamics 365 together, you can find LinkedIn details such as news, common connections, and relate those to the Dynamics 365 records. You can view members' profiles directly in leads, contacts, and accounts. And you're able to see that relationship data as you build that process and as you can build trust and manage relationships very easily. So the LinkedIn Sales Navigator integration allows you to display the context profile and the company profile. So this is really great because, especially for the mutual connections, it allows you to say, you know what, I worked with person X at this company. They know my new lead. So we have what's called an icebreaker function, which allows you to see that common network. And so this insight allows you to have the right information to take the correct step with customers. And like everything else, you get the next best steps to build those relationships, whether it's through LinkedIn, Dynamics, or Office. So we looked at a lot of the different tools, and the last one, I just want to walk you through the sales insight process and what that really looks like as you go through the entire sales flow from lead to close. So with Sales Insight, remember, it's taking that artificial intelligence, and it's a suite of features that's analyzing the custom interaction data that's stored in your Dynamics 365 database continuously. And this is helping your relationships your activities, and basically pushing you towards success or helping you choose what the next best path should be. And like we said, customers are expecting better relationship. Sales insights help build those better websites. So what Dynamics 365 Sales Insight does is it uses AI to prioritize leads and opportunities with the highest likelihood to convert and buy. And this, for anyone who works in sales, increases your win rates. So you can also use this to help create procedures that help minimize some of those routine tasks, whether it's optimizing your email and your phone interactions, because it can help you figure out maybe what your customers are thinking by using their LinkedIn or what things in the news. But with Dynamics 365 Sales Insights, you get to take advantage of AI throughout the entire life cycle. So you're going to get these context-based insights based on the current situation. So when we take a look at what we see here on this graph, the first thing we see is the assistant. And this basically helps you generate different action cards and suggesting what you should make. It can also help with that analysis. So we can see the different sentiments. We can see our sales scores. We can see our relationship analytics. All of this here is to help you move your sales forward. Essentially, at the end of the day, Sales Insights is there to increase your sales performance, train your team faster, coach more effectively, stay busy, gain visibility in conversations, and then for our managers out there, it's there to help you coach and build your team up. But this is such a great tool that every sales team needs it. And because it's there to help you move from lead to close. Now, Dynamics 365 Sales, it's there to better understand your customers, which when you better understand your customers, it leads to more successful deals. And you use it to build relationships that engage authentically and personally. And when you combine Dynamics 365 with LinkedIn Sales Navigator, the Microsoft Relationship Sales Solution, or the Sales Insights, you're able to engage with your customers in a way that's personalized and meaningful. And that brings us to the end of our sales overview. Let's go ahead and jump in to Dynamics 365 Marketing, which very closely interacts with our sales module. So with marketing, your modern marketers, they have to find a smarter way to find the right prospects. Like we said when we were discussing sales, is your customers are inundated with emails and robocalls. We want to make sure that we're building long-lasting relationships. And so the way that Dynamics 365 Marketing was designed, it allows you to run multi-channel marketing campaigns to attract and find the right prospects. And there's a number of different ways that it does this through email, web, events, text messaging, and customer channels. And you'll see how closely marketing in Dynamics 365 integrates with Dynamics 365 for sales. So within marketing, you can create a single customer record that goes across marketing and sales. And remember, when we took a look in the portal, you saw that I had some of those marketing features in my sales dashboard. And that's because ultimately marketing is there to help find leads for your sales team. So whether you're creating a new lead or you're linking an existing one, you can do that from marketing or within sales. If you're using that LinkedIn Sales Navigator, you can also use it on the marketing side by using those lead gen forms. And again, it helps you match everything up. So you'll notice that there's a lot of overlap between sales and marketing when we look at the two. Now, when it comes to talking about marketing, I'd be remiss if I didn't first talk to you about the customer journey. Now, with the customer journey, you want to make sure as a marketer and also at the salesperson that you have a robust journey planned out of how they're going to interact with your organization. So from a marketer standpoint, you want to create these captivating emails or tools to help draw in that customer. And then once that customer receives the email, whether it's to ask them to join an early Xbox Live Creators Program, well, when they're opening up that email and clicking that registration link, that link is going to actually take them to a landing page. And that landing page was created by that marketer, but then guess what? It creates a lead. And that lead is going to go to the salesperson, who is then going to orchestrate the rest of the journey, sending the right messages at the right time, nurturing those prospects. Now, within Dynamics 365 marketing, the customer journey is actually automated. So what we have here is a screenshot. And one of the things as we go through the rest of the course, you'll notice that I'm going to share more screenshots because Dynamics is such a customized environment. It's next to impossible for me to walk you through every single step in the time that we have today. But what we can actually do is we can set up campaigns that will walk them through. And really, that campaign can be used over and over again, but have different feelings to it. So whether it's how your customer discovers your product, whether how they evaluate it, how, they decide whether or not it's a good deal. Maybe you send them a coupon. And then ultimately making it so that they're making a purchase. But these customer journeys, you can actually automate them to first attract the right prospects. So you can actually target specific customer segments through email, landing pages, events, telemarketing, text messaging, LinkedIn, and so many other different channels. And then when I talk about creating that reusable campaign, we're able to create templates. So you can see we have those building blocks. On the page, it's a flow chart. You very much build out the blocks, whether it's an activity or an action. And some of the other tools that Dynamics is built on, for example, Power Automate, can actually help stream content approvals. So you're actually able to integrate some of your other third-party content management systems. And one of the other things that's really nice about this is because you are able to personalize the customer journey, you can actually take advantage of the preferences that customers have told you from their past interactions with you. So maybe perhaps someone prefers text messages. So you can make sure that their customer journey is ran mainly through text. Or, they do not want emails. Then you can actually eliminate emails from that journey. So this is great because you can use this across your organization, but customize it based off of the journey that your customers are actually taking. Now, I want to just pop right back into the portal really quick and take a look at some of the marketing tools. All right, so we are back in the Dynamics 365 portal. And you might be asking yourself, wait, I thought we were going to look at the marketing portal. And we are. But you'll notice it has a very similar feel to the sales portal. And that's going to be consistent through all the Dynamic 365 model-driven apps because everything is going to be built on that Power Platform, and it gives you a consistent, very intuitive feel throughout the entire platform. But what we have here is our marketing social dashboard. And one of the things that I didn't go over when we took a look at the sales is just how easily you can actually switch to different dashboards. So if I were to go to just my general marketing dashboard, you'll see that I can see all my campaigns for the fiscal year, leads in the fiscal year, closed opportunities, and wow, that sounds pretty familiar to what our sales dashboard was. But my activities are just a little bit different, and I have this option for different campaigns. So whether it's an ad, co-branding, direct marketing templates, all of that is here. So let's actually just take a look at an event campaign template. So we can see this is one that I actually used in the sample environment. We can see where it started. We can see all of the details that are associated with it, all of the planning activities that go along. We have a calendar. And again, this is a demo environment, so there won't be a whole lot in here, and this is actually in the proposed, so it's not an improved. But I want to go back to our home page here, and you'll see it's very similar. We have our accounts, our contacts, our leads, our marketing lists. And again, this is going to be a demo account, so there may not be a whole lot here. Nope. So we'll just go to our general leads. So we can see here are the leads that are pulling over for sales, but if I wanted to create a specific marketing campaign for them, I can come over here to my campaigns tab, and I have several already to go. So whether it's an ad campaign, a charity, direct marketing, all of these are ready to go and have approved collateral that go along with them, approved customer journeys. And again, it's all about that repeatable template over and over again. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other tools that are available in Dynamics 365's marketing. There are a number of different tools within Marketing Dynamics 365 that are all there to help ensure that we're attracting the right prospects and that the journey that each customer takes is one that is specifically tailored to them. And we already talked about some of the landing pages that you can create, but with every marketing form, flyer, email, web page, we have templates that you can actually use where you can customize them to your own company branding, get inspiration, and they're very simple to use. They're all plug and play. And so there's different fields that you can edit, buttons, as well as graphics. Now, when we talk about marketing forms, there's actually 3 types of forms within there. The first one is going to be a landing page form. Now, this is something that is used when you're looking to create or really gather information from a customer or a potential customer. So this is not going to be something where they can sign up for emails or sign up for an event, but essentially if say, for example, you have a white page that you're offering for downloading. This is actually where they can enter in their information, and then once they enter in perhaps their phone number, email address, company name, and their name, they can then download a white page. That information will then be uploaded both into marketing and sales, showing that there was interaction with that landing page form and be uploaded as a potential lead. Next, we have a subscription form. Now, this is something that's really important, especially when we talk about engaging with our customers. This gives your customers the ability to view and edit their contact details. So if they have signed up for different event pages, or perhaps they did subscribe through that white page sign up, they can actually go in and see what mailing list they're a part of, edit their contact information. This is basically a way for them to keep your content updated. And this is really great, especially if you've ever used other CRMs in the past, or maybe you're collecting information from a lot of different platforms. This allows your customer to keep their information updated, and it also then keeps theirs, and then it automatically uploads into your system. Finally, we have a forward to a friend. This essentially allows them to forward an event or information to a colleague or a friend, manager. This is really important when it comes to events. If they want to sign up a friend or let someone know, this is kind of a share button. But these are all different forms that you can use within Dynamics 365 for marketing. And with each of these forms, with each of these customer journeys, one of the key things that makes your marketing stand out from others is making sure that you are choosing the correct audience. Once you select the audience, you can tailor the message that is best for that group of people. Because think about it. Usually you're generating marketing campaigns that are focused on your products or service, whether it's new products or maybe you're trying to reach out to existing customers. Maybe you're doing it based off past buying history. This is where we're organizing our marketing campaigns based off of segments. Now, a market segment is a collection of contexts that you target with a customer journey. So for example, in some cases, you're going to target contacts you have. But in most of these cases, you're going to choose who you want to target based on demographic or firmographic data, or maybe perhaps other considerations. Now, this is different than marketing lists. You base marketing segments based on marketing insights. So this could be based off of their demographic information. So whether you're selecting all people who are from New York, or you're selecting based off firmographic data. So business information or related contacts based on their role at an organization. So for an example for this is you might be looking to market specifically to companies that have a budget over $1 million. We also have behavioral segments. So this can maybe be someone or customers who have responded or who have interacted with your other marketing in some kind of way. So maybe that they've clicked on an email or they attended a past event. Static, that one's going to be more manual. So that's where if you want to go through your contact list and say like, okay, I know who I want to target, I'm going to manually select them. And there may be no rhyme or reason other than these are the ones that you're choosing to target. Or you can combine. So if you have existing segments, you can select contacts that are from New York and who have interacted with your newsletter. But this is a great way to make sure that you are targeting the right people at the right time with the right products. One of the last key tools when it comes to Dynamics 365 marketing is the event management. Oh my gosh, this is such a powerful tool. So with event management, it's difficult. I mean, it's hard to keep track of records and resources. Not only to mention that, you are managing all the processes and all the event details. So with Dynamics 365 for marketing, you are able to manage everything in an integrated event management tool. So you're able to set up a single event record. And that event record has all of your planning details, whether it's links to other records, a business process timeline. And that timeline can actually walk you through the entire process. And this is making sure that you're designing the right event. It'll keep you focused on your organization goals and making sure that you have the intended audience for the right type of event. And again, you are not losing sight of those business outcomes. Because with the event management tool, you're able to track and measure different event logistics, whether it's revenue generated or perhaps the details and fees that you incur while holding the event. It can also help you manage registration, track attendance. You can even use it to help track your sponsors, making sure that they've paid the right fees, keeping track of organization bios, individual speaker session bios. There's so many different things here. And at the end of the day, this is going to improve the experience for your organization, as well as keep your sales team or your events team sane throughout the entire process. And with Dynamics 365 model-driven apps, specifically for marketing and sales, this is really a way to provide your organization with a powerful tool to find and develop potential leads. But it's also there to enhance customer connections and really, truly drive more sales. And Dynamics 365 marketing is such an easy to use tool, like between the templates, everything's very much plug and play, that it natively integrates with Dynamics 365 sales. So between the AI, the customer sales insights, and the strong tools that are going to help you run your next events or create that next segmented customer journey, Dynamics 365 for sales and marketing are the tools that can help you do that to really deliver not only the best products, but the best customer engagement. I would like to highly encourage you, since we are wrapping up Module 2, to please check out the learning path. You can find that again at aka.ms/D365funpath. There's a lot of additional documentation. You can even review some of the resources and see some case studies of real organizations who are using sales and marketing in their own organization. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll jump right into Module 3, taking a look at customer service and field service. Welcome back from break. We're moving right along through the rest of the model-driven apps in Module 3. We're going to be taking a look at customer service and field service. So for this module, we're going to be looking at how really you can engage your customers and improve that experience. Because remember, in sales and marketing, we looked at ways from the time that they first engage with you through the time that they basically hand over the money to engage your services. Well, now we're looking at once they are a customer, once they're already engaged with you, how are you maintaining that same level of engagement? And we'll look at the different ways for you to manage your resources and make sure that you have all of that data that's coming in from your customers, and you're using that to help manage your teams and ultimately enable them and empower them to make the best decisions for not only the business, but ultimately your customers. So we're going to start lesson 1 with an overview of the Dynamics 365 for customer service. Now, with customer service, this is a journey that goes from the customer to the agent to the customer service manager. So what happens is that the customer is actually going to engage with your organization. And this is actually an omni-channel option, which we'll discuss in a little bit, where they can engage either through phone, text message, social media, a chat bot. But essentially, they're engaging with your company some way. And from there, an agent is actually introduced. And the agent then is going to work with them on solving their problem. And whether it's taking information from a virtual chatbot or using the knowledge articles, they're actually going through and resolving that issue. Now, from each case that may come in, data is being collected. Perhaps you have 10 customer service calls in one day on the same issue. That's data. And all that data is going to be going into to Dynamics 365 for customer service. And this is providing your customer service managers, your organization, with those tools to identify solutions and then ultimately improve the process. And with Dynamics 365, it helps you manage customer expectations, and it gives you the necessary tools to keep your customers happy. This level of support is especially important when something doesn't go as planned. Now, it's going to help you manage your caseload. If anyone has worked in a customer service environment, the case can come in really fast. And when a case comes in quickly, the customer doesn't know if they're their first case of the day or their 500th case of the day. But you want to make sure that every single customer has the exact same experience. Now, before we get too deep into what Dynamics 365 customer service can do for your organization, I want to talk a little bit about just some key terminology that you might need. Now, the first one is going to be a case. A case is a question or a concern or a problem or basically anything that a customer is reaching out to your organization to ask about or get assistance with. Now, queues are basically containers that cases will go into if we're still waiting on a response from an agent. So perhaps you email, a customer emails a case in, and it is regarding warranty. There would be a queue for all of the customer service cases that are regarding warranties. Then we have entitlements. Now, this is very similar to a service level agreement or a KPI. Basically, these define the level of service or support that has been promised to the customer. So this knows the level of service that you need to reach in order to meet that agreement. And then with service level agreements, basically, this is defining the level of service. So maybe it may be response time or something like that. And then finally, we have our knowledge articles. This is something that can be used internally or externally, that it's information that's been put together by subject matter experts or perhaps a product group that are there to help resolve a problem. Now that we have some of that foundational knowledge, let's go ahead and look at how all of these elements, including the business process flow within Dynamics 365, work together to provide a complete solution. And what I have here on your screen is actually a graphic that's pretty typical of a customer service support scenario. So let's say, for example, we have a gold customer, and that gold customer is their entitlement. Now, this customer is entitled to 15 cases over a 1-year period. Now, they have a choice of opening these cases from multiple channels, whether it's through chat, phone, email, maybe even text. But in this graphic, the customer actually sent that via email. So once that email has been received, a record is created, and there's rules that have been set up that the system is automatically creating a case. So this is one way that Dynamics 365 is able to help run and automate some of that process. It doesn't have to go into an email box and wait for someone to open it and then create a case. It's automatically following through. So after Dynamics 365 customer service creates that case, there's a routing rule that's put in place. And because it's a gold customer, it's placed in the gold queue. And remember that queue is just a container of cases that basically we're waiting for some type of response. So we have a service level agreement that is associated with this account that it shows you that you must respond, so the customer service agent must respond within 15 minutes once that case has been created. So that's the service level agreement that's been put in place. So from there, there's a lot of work that's been gone on the back end because the Dynamics 365 customer service, there's a pre-configured case resolution process. And what it's going to do is that agent is going to get that case. And from there, they're going to identify what the issue is. They're going to research, and whether that's using a knowledge article or perhaps maybe reaching out to another customer service rep, they're researching and then ultimately resolving that issue. After that case is resolved, the customer's record is then going to be updated to show that they have 14 cases left on that entitlement. Now, this is just a small example of the way that all those different elements that we discussed in Dynamics 365 customer service can work together. So let's actually get a little bit deeper, and we're going to take a look at some of the account management options that are available in Dynamics 365 customer service. As your customer service agents are working with customers, it's really important that they have the necessary information, the data available to them, and they need to be able to access it quickly. And this is ultimately going to impact how quickly they can assist the customers. So some of this information includes data like open cases or active service contracts, maybe even past communication with a customer. And this is all really important for your customer service agents to have at their fingertips. Now, with Dynamics 365 customer service, there's a number of different components that are available from the account level that allow you to engage with the customer using that data. So we have what's called a timeline, and this timeline includes activities, notes, posts, all directly in that account. And your agents are able to see all of that relevant communication from a single point. And they can take action, which includes managing or closing open activities, perhaps adding new activities. Maybe they took a phone call or they followed up with that customer directly, or they're actually able to capture notes with that timeline. And in addition to that, there is actually a related section where you can see associated records from maybe past calls or something like that, all in a single location. Dynamics 365 customer service simplifies how your agents access data and enhances your agents' productivity and effectiveness. Now, when we talk about managing the life cycle when it comes to cases, there's a couple different dashboards that are going to be available to your agents by using Dynamics 365 customer service. And this is one of the key ways that makes it easy for your agents to find and manage cases. These dashboards include different filters where you can actually drill down into the data, and we have numbers of different interactive charts. So here on the screen, I have an example of our Tier 1 and our Tier 2 dashboards. On Tier 1, this includes multiple streams of data from a number of different entities. So it makes it easy to work with the cases and the related items. Maybe that includes activities or emails. Where your Tier 2 dashboard has a single stream of data, and it's based on the active cases. It's going to include multiple titles, and it has these interactive charts for working with case data. Now, I want to look very specifically of within the flow. So we looked at a full view of what a customer service business flow may be, but let's just look at what it would look like from a phone call standpoint and how these dashboards can actually help your customer service agents respond to that. So here we have Nancy. Nancy Anderson is placing a call for service. So a dispatcher is going to log the phone call activity, and that phone call activity is going to get sent to an agent who's converting it to a case. So first, we're in that identify stage. And so this is the flow. We're going through that identify, research, and resolve. Once the customer gets it, they're in that identification. Well, they're adding that 15-minute call to the case. Now, we have that research stage, and when they're researching, they're using that knowledge articles to find. Now, Nancy called about the 15-minute resolution. Now, it took a little bit longer than that, and so the case was resolved, and that 1 hour of time was billed to the customer. Now, we don't know what type of entitlements that Nancy had or what their service level agreement has, but as you can see, we have the 15 minutes charged from the agent and the dispatcher's phone call, 30 minutes to research, and 15 minutes to talk about the resolution with Nancy. So ultimately, that is all going to be billed to the account for 1 hour of service. Now, it might be that they have 40 hours of service or they're charged individually. It's hard to say what that was with this example, but you can see how we go from the identify, research, and resolve. Let's actually get into the portal and take a look at what that customer flow may look like and how simple it is to see those dashboards and work through. Now that we're in the customer service portal for Dynamics 365, you'll see that we have a very similar feel to marketing and sales. And like I said, all of these model-driven apps are very similar and have that intuitive feel, and all of your information is going to be at your fingertips. So some of the things that we've already looked at, we have our accounts, we have our contacts, we have our social profiles that are similar to our marketing. But now we have under our service, we have cases, queues, and knowledge articles. So remember, our cases are going to be those individual requests for assistance or information. Queues are going to be those containers of cases that still need resolution. And knowledge articles are going to be somewhere where we can actually go and do our research. Now we can see here, I have my dashboard, our social dashboard. But if I just wanted to go to my customer service representative dashboard, I'll be able to see my different types of cases where they've come in from, whether it's email, phone, or web, my cases by priority, maybe some of my activities. So it looks like I have some phone calls where I need to follow up or different tasks there. But let's go ahead and go into our cases. Now, this is a view for my active cases. So I can see there was a defective item delivered. So let's go ahead and look into that for our city, power, and light customer. Now, very similar to our sales, where I have my business flow up top, this one is going to be specific to customer service. This is where I'm able to identify, research, and resolve. So here I'm actually identifying what the problem was. So I can see that the origin is from the phone. I can actually go in and see the customer account information, and I can click into here if I want to go to the account. But I have some handy dandy customer details where I can see the company name, the email, and phone. And if they had any entitlements, it would be here, as well as any recent cases. It appears that this is their only case that's recent, and it's the one I'm currently on. Now, I'll be able to see the timeline here, and this is where I can actually go through and enter in any updates or follow-up information. Very similar to sales and marketing, it's where I can log appointments, emails, phone call, or even if I wanted to add a task, maybe a follow-up item where I know it's going to take 3 days to get that order reshipped to repair that defective item. Maybe I set a follow-up reminder, so that way 3 days from now I'm going to get a note to make sure that it was sent out. From here in the research stage, I can either go into the knowledge articles and look up a different article. Maybe someone else has had a similar problem. We can see our associated knowledge records if there are any here with the account. If there's any other related cases, perhaps there was other cases that have been opened up with other defective problems, I would be able to see that all here. Or if they actually opened two, maybe they called and emailed, I had the opportunity to merge. And then additionally, if I have any other details that might need to be included, all of that's here. But this makes it very simple on the summary page for your customer service agents to see all the details in relationship to that case. We've discussed a little bit about the knowledge articles. Let's actually dive into a little bit deeper of how you and your customer service agents can actually handle your knowledge management. Dynamics 365 Customer Services knowledge management capabilities is really great for helping you and your customers to quickly find information on how to resolve common issues or maybe perhaps answer frequently asked questions. So there's a couple different knowledge management solutions that you can deploy within your organization that one will increase productivity, but it also can increase customer satisfaction by giving your customers the ability to access these articles on their own and potentially self-solve their own issues. So, for example, if I wanted to create an article, I have the ability to create one, upload it, and then not only can it be available for your agents to use, but it can also be published on a portal where customers with certain entitlements or different permissions can actually go in and review this information. And it's very simple to create a knowledge article within Dynamics 365 Customer Service. So there is an editor where you can create very dynamic content with embedded images, hyperlinks, or you can even write your own HTML documents. And it's simple to manage the lifecycle. So you can actually set a lifecycle to make sure that it's reviewed on a standard schedule to make sure that it's updated, because there's nothing worse than having an out-of-date document. And if you have customer service agents who support customers in multiple languages, you can actually make translated versions of these knowledge articles. So that way you can publish all of these translations at the same time, and it's available to your customers and your agents in multiple languages. But what I think is really cool, and as we talk about everything with Dynamics 365, specifically in customer service, is that you have the ability to track and analyze these different statistics, because you can see how many times an article is used or how many times it's sent to a customer. And you can actually use this for potential training or enhanced product development. And it's really nice to have these knowledge articles because it reduces your case resolution time and it's improving your agent productivity. And it will help you contain those customer issues, and that way you're not having to keep it open for an extended period of time. And knowledge articles can actually help your customers be self-sufficient and answer some of those frequently asked questions. Now, with customer service and kind of with the knowledge base being self-service, I want to talk to you about omni-channel customer service. Because if you have a service-focused organization, you're going to need to adjust maybe how you provide support to your customers. Customers want to engage with services and companies on their terms. Remember, that's part of that digital disruption. So they're going to contact you in a way that they feel most comfortable. Now, you want to make sure that you're offering your customers various support channels and different ways for them to reach you, whether it's phone, email, live chat, social media, forums, self-service knowledge bases. These are all different lines of support where they could be reaching out to you. Now, because you give your customers multiple support options, you make it easier for them to start requests. Now, this increased volume may make it difficult for your agents to keep up. But that's where we have various channels and different supports that can be put in place for that. So, for example, if you were to use chats or text messaging or perhaps through social channels, is you can actually take advantage of a virtual agent. And the virtual agent is really nice because they can actually interact with your customer through very low-code programming where anyone can create a bot to help with some of those frequently asked questions. Or perhaps you create knowledge articles with associated videos to help support that. So again, omni-channel for Dynamics 365 customer service is going to allow you to work with customers in a way that works best for them. This allows you to engage with multiple customers at a time, all from a single interface. And each of these sessions are going to give you contextual information so that way you can spend more time finding a resolution and less time on data intake. Because we're going to have that AI built in very similar to sales and marketing that has that sentiment analysis. Or you have a virtual agent for every time they get a text regarding perhaps a defective order, a knowledge article will automatically be sent to them. So this allows you to reduce call times, improve customer satisfaction ratings, and provide your customers with that personalized customer service. One of the great tools available to your customer service agents is Dynamics 365 Customer Insights. And this is particularly useful, especially since they may be getting cases from a number of different channels. Dynamics 365 Customer Insights is going to provide your customer service agents, as well as their managers, insight to operational data that might help identify different trends about support issues. And it can help you evaluate and how to respond to customer issues. And this is huge when it comes to key performance indicators and customer satisfaction levels. So what it does, it actually analyzes all of your support cases and it groups similar ones together. And all of this is done on the back end using artificial intelligence. Now, these groups allow you to focus on the issues that are having the biggest impact on your organization, and allows you and really empowers your employees to make smarter decisions about what they need to automate or where does additional knowledge articles need to be developed to basically deliver exceptional customer service. And what's nice is a lot of these dashboards are built in and you're able to customize them and you can drill down and review different cases. And you can even give feedback and influence which cases are going to be included on other topics. So, because we're going to have those customer insights, it's really, really great because you can add common support issues into those Power Virtual Agents. So that way you can actually build smarter bots quickly that are going to help with those incoming customer service requests. Today's customers have high expectations, and you want to make sure that you have the right tools in place to exceed those expectations. But first, you're going to have to remove the barriers that are preventing your customer service agents from delivering and your customers from receiving the best personalized experience. And with Dynamics 365 customer service, it allows you to deliver a complete omni-channel customer service. And what that means is that you have that self-service, that assisted service, and that on-site service. And this is really important when you want to have that digital disruption and be a leading competitor in your industry. Now, the role of customer service is going to continue to evolve, and you might need to change some of the entitlements. You might need to look at the ways that you support your agents. And Dynamics 365 customer service can help you in supporting that. Now, one of the things that goes along with customer service is going to be what happens if a customer service agent can't resolve the problem. And that's where we get into our Dynamics 365 field service. And what we're seeing in field service is that it's getting more and more connected. Because remember, at the beginning of the day, I talked about how there are so many items that are emitting some type of telemetry. And sometimes those items break. And so when a customer contacts your customer service agent and something needs to be repaired, that's where you're going to reach out to your field service team. And with Dynamics 365 field service, it's going to help you improve customer satisfaction and also maybe cut down on some of those preventative maintenance requests that could have been avoided and keep your customers' products up and running. Now, before we get into how we go about fixing things, I want to talk a little bit about Azure IoT Central. Now, IoT actually stands for Internet of Things, and we have devices all around us that use IoT devices to emit telemetry. So what Microsoft Azure IoT Central does, it actually enables your developers, the builders, to configure a set of roles and actions. And based on those actions, they're going to send alerts that are all going to be created in connected field service. And based on those service activities that happen, information is going to be sent back to IoT Central. Now, this is done by using Power Automate, which is a SaaS offering that we talked about a little bit, that can help automate workflows and across your applications. So let's actually look at an example of how an IoT request is going to flow into your connected field service. So what happens is we have a refrigerator. And this refrigerator is using an IoT device that's sharing the temperature readings with the local IoT hub. Now, you can actually go in and register these different assets, so a refrigerator, appliances, equipment, or anything with Azure IoT Hub or Azure IoT Central, all within Dynamics 365 Field Service app. Or you can even group them together, so maybe there's 3 refrigerators at a single restaurant. But what it's doing is it's actually monitoring the overall temperature of the unit. And it makes sure that it has the correct moisture level in specific zones. And what happens is if the temperature spikes, we might have something that lets us know, hey, we had a temperature spike, and a common fix for this is going to be a firmware needs to be updated. Well, because that the IoT device is actually connected to the internet, it's going to send all of that information out. And based on those conditions, Dynamics 365 Field Service is going to trigger an automated process. And that process is going to handle and resolve that alert. So let's just say, for example, the firmware needs to be updated. It can actually trigger the firmware to automatically update. But let's say, for example, a compressor fails. We're going to want to dispatch a technician right away because we don't want that customer to have all of the food stored in that refrigerator go out of temperature. So what can happen is that a work order is automatically added and the correct compressor that's needed to be replaced is automatically added as a necessary part. So whether on-site help is needed or if it's just a simple firmware update, you can actually have that all be managed remotely from Dynamics 365 Field Service. And this is really great because Dynamics 365 Field Service stores every alert that a device triggers and all the remote commands that are sent to the device. So if an agent or a worker is out there maybe doing a routine inspection, they can actually see when the last time the firmware is updated. And because everything is stored in Dynamics 365 Field Service app, it's available to your technician, and they have a complete history available when they arrive at the customer location. And this is great because it harnesses all the data from all of your devices, and it's going to help you troubleshoot and resolve issues both remotely or give your technicians a head start when they head out to a service call. It's really important that not only to have all the correct information and the history of the product that your technicians are servicing, but also that they're the right person for the job and they have all the tools and the resources that they need. And in order to schedule your technicians efficiently, your dispatchers need to have all the information about the technicians, the tools, the parts at their disposal to make sure that they can schedule someone correctly or that the technician is qualified to do the job. So what we have in Dynamics 365 Field Service is what we call Universal Resource Scheduling, or URS. And essentially what it does is it helps you make very quick decisions because everything is laid out right in front of you on the schedule board. And this allows your dispatchers to ensure that they are sending the right person at the right time. So the schedule board is really cool. And there's a couple, again, terminology that's important to know for Dynamics 365 specifically. So resources, that can be the technicians, and it can be equipment, it can be the facilities. Essentially, resources are anything that's needed to complete the job. Requirements are specific skills. So these are more of those qualifications, or it can be locations. And then finally, bookings are the time. That's the appointment, essentially. But what we have is we have artificial intelligence built in that can be the scheduling assistant, which can actually make recommendations based off of location, skills, qualifications of who is the best person to go out to that job. And it's really great because you're able to filter and look at the map panel where people are already working. You can see their schedule calendar. And so this avoids potentially overbooking or underbooking. It makes it very simple for your dispatchers as well as your technicians. And along with that, we have the resource scheduling optimization. And like I said, it makes sure that everybody who's on your team, all of your technicians, their schedule is optimized. So they're not driving from one end of town to another. That, they're getting the work orders that are grouped together. This is really important. This is really important because you can fit more appointments into your technician's working hours, which can increase revenue, reduce overtime costs, as well as reduce fuel consumption and makes it so there's less vehicle maintenance. This is really important too because it can help avoid cancellation or delays, because if it's going to impact more than one technician, you can optimize the schedule for that specific technician. So that way they can readjust their schedule and maybe go help another technician or perhaps end their day a little bit earlier. But again, you can use the schedule board to filter out your technicians or build out different scenarios. Now, your dispatchers are getting this great scheduling board, But what does it look like for your technicians? And your technicians are not in front of a computer. And when you're working in the field, if you need information, you need it now and at your fingertips. And so with Dynamics 365 Field Service, there is the Field Service Mobile. This is an application that has your technicians, when they were developing this, it put your technicians front of mind. So the mobile app ensures that your technicians have what they need when they need it, whether it's working with their schedule, accessing customer data, looking at those IoT devices, managing their time off. All of that is available through the mobile application. Now, what's really cool about this is that if you were to set it up, you can actually have your parts barcoded. So when they scan in and start using a part, they can automatically scan it saying, I've used this, and it's deducted from the inventory. They can complete or view work orders or even order parts from the application. And when a work order is completed, instead of having them carry papers around and have the customer sign off, we can actually have it set up where the customer can sign right on a phone or a tablet saying that the work is completed. But here's the key thing. You can do all of this work online or offline. And this really makes it easier for your techs to focus on what they're there for, is to make sure that they're delivering customer service and the customer's product is up and running quickly without any major interruptions. Now, we didn't just think of the dispatchers and the technicians. We also wanted to make sure that the customer experience is really well thought out. So customers actually have mobile portals, or they can access it from the desktop as well, where they can create the work orders. So they don't necessarily need to call into the customer service line. They can create their work orders themselves. And remember, that's going back to that omni-channel customer service experience. When a technician is on their way, they can have live GPS tracking so they know when they can expect the technician to arrive, or they can turn on text notifications. And Dynamics 365 is all about data, and they're going to be able to see a full history of all of their services, their entitlements, their SLAs, all of that from their customer portal. The last thing that I want to discuss when it comes to Dynamics 365 Field Service is how we are adding mixed reality to just enhance the overall experience, not only for the customers, but mainly your technicians. So the first one is going to be Dynamics 365 Remote Assist. And we briefly touched on this in Module 1, but this is really cool because your technicians, when they're on site, they might encounter situations or problems that are outside of their comfort zone, and they might need help. And normally what would happen in this scenario is another technician would need to come out. And so that's more downtime for the customer. It's added expense for your organization, travel time, all of that is being built in. But Dynamics 365 Remote Assist actually solves that problem. Because what it does through the HoloLens, it allows the technician to phone a friend. It allows them to reach out to a subject matter expert in a different location and solve the problem in real time. But instead of the technician just having to describe what the problem is or what they need help with, the subject matter expert can actually see and advise and help out. So in this photo, we can see a technician getting help where normally they would have to send pictures, or perhaps someone else would need to come out. Or you can actually connect this through Teams, and others can chat or actually annotate in real life what they should be looking at or where they can where they need help. Now, this again is that mixed reality. It's merging our physical reality with the virtual reality. The next one is going to be our guides for field service. And this is really more of, instead of phoning a friend, they just need instruction. And so this is really cool, especially for training and onboarding, because that can be a really time-consuming task because you're taking an experienced technician out of the field to train a new technician. But with Dynamics 365 Guides, you actually can enhance that learning experience because what Guides does, it allows you to standardize your training process, but also provide step-by-step instructions as if a experienced technician was right next to them. So you have these very impactful learning experiences, but you're able to integrate photos, videos, and 3D models. And this is really cool because you can increase productivity, you're able to close those knowledge gaps, and you have data that's going to help you improve your process when it comes to learning. Now, this HoloLens is really cool and something that can change the way that you work and run your business. I would highly recommend that you check out the video and the learning path of all the other things that the HoloLens can do. With that said, that actually brings us to the end of Module 3. We took a look at customer service, and through that omni-channel customer service, that allows your customers to reach out and interact with your agents in a number of different ways. And through virtual bots or knowledge articles, we're able to reduce the time that cases are open. But in the event that there needs to be service on site, we then took a look at field service and how that can optimize scheduling for your technicians, as well as increase productivity through schedule boards, the mobile app, as well as some of the mixed reality tools. As always, please make sure that you're using that learning path. There's so much good information, and there's videos, especially when it comes to the HoloLens, that you need to check out. And you can find that at aka.ms/D365funpath. Again, cannot recommend that enough, especially for those of you who are planning on taking the exam. There are knowledge checks to make sure that you have a full understanding. But let's go ahead and take one more break, and we'll come back and finish out with our final module for the day. Welcome back from break. Now it's time for us to go into our final module for the day. It's definitely been a full day of information learning about the model-driven apps. But in Module 4, I want to talk about how you can connect and analyze your data that you collect in Dynamics 365. And as good business leaders, we want to make sure that we're making decisions with data. And so in Module 4, we're going to be looking at how your organization can connect your data, analyze it, automate it, all of that using the Power Platform in Dynamics 365. The Power Platform is a really, really powerful tool that is simple to use, and you don't need a lot of experience or developer experience to actually utilize it. And what the Power Platform is, it's actually a business application platform, and it helps improve productivity across all of your businesses through this integrated application platform that combines Power BI or business intelligence, Power Apps, and Power Automate. We've also added virtual agents to that, which we've talked a little bit about already. But it gives your organization the flexibility when it comes to developing your business solutions and how you can make it fit your needs. Now, what the Power Platform does, it actually extends Microsoft Office 365 and Dynamics 365. So you're able to connect third-party services and applications all through a low or no-code automation that's going to help create data-driven applications and customize business logic that's going to improve your business processes, your business systems, and flows. So when we think about who can use Power Platform, it's really anyone, analysts, business users, your IT team, developers, and it's made up of a series of applications that are there to help you create dynamic visualizations from internal and external sources. So we're going to just look at a high level of what each of these applications do. We actually have a whole nother exam and a whole nother fundamentals course on the Power Platform that I highly recommend that you check out. But I just want to talk a little bit about how this actually can interact with Dynamics 365. So the first one, what we have Microsoft Power BI or Business Intelligence. And this is actually a tool that can deliver insights to help you make fast and informed decisions. So it's taking data and taking data and turning it into actions. And what's really cool is you can connect Power BI to literally hundreds of different data sources. And we won't get into the connecting and how to do that in this course. Again, please check out that Power Platform course. But essentially what Power BI does is it connects to a number of different sources and it helps you collect and analyze data, but then it shows it in a very visually immersive and captivating way. And it really helps you get that interactive insight. So on the screen, what we have here is we have an example of how you can use Salesforce, which again isn't a Microsoft product, Access, Excel, SQL databases, MailChimp even. All of this information is then going to connect into Power BI, and then it's transforming that data and putting out this, I think it's visually stunning, infographic essentially. And allows you to create and share these customized dashboards, and they're interactive, so it's not just a static image. It's really interactive, and so you're able to dig in deeper. And this is really great, especially if you're sharing this data with other decision makers, and it's simple, so you're not stuck with just, regular graphs in Excel or trying to build your own. Power BI does it all for you. And think about all the data that we're collecting, whether it's from your customer service representatives, maybe it's coming from your sales team. All of this is here to then flow into this dashboard. And it refreshes automatically. So you don't have to worry about, creating a new graph. It's automatically pulling from Dynamics 365. And you can even take a look at it on your desktop. You can look on it on an on a tablet. You can look at it on your phone. So it's really great for sharing that data no matter what device you want to look at it. Couple of keywords that you might need to know for the exam when it comes to Power BI. We have what's called data set, visualizations, reports, and dashboards. So a data set is what it sounds like. It's a collection of data from either a single source or multiple sources that Power BI is using to create visualizations. Now, a visualization, again, what it sounds like, is a visual representation of the data. So whether that's a chart or maybe it's a color-coded map. Then we have reports. Now, reports is a collection of visualizations that appear together. Maybe it's one or maybe it's more. And that can be on one or more pages. A dashboard, the key thing between a dashboard and a report is a dashboard is a collection of those visualizations that is on a single page that you can then share with others. So you might see those pop up on your exam, especially as you familiarize yourself with really anything in Dynamics. Be sure you're paying attention to that vocabulary. The next part of the Power Platform that I want to introduce you to is Microsoft Power Apps. Now, what Power Apps is it's a collect of apps, services, connectors, and a data platform. And what it does, it allows you to create custom applications for your business needs. Now, when I first learned about Power Apps and really the Power Platform, I went, what? Anyone can create apps? Because they're low or no code. You think that you have to be a developer to create an app, but I really encourage you to go out and check out the Power Platform and specifically Power Apps, because you can see how quickly you can actually build out apps yourself. And whether they're model-driven apps, Canvas apps, or portals, they're all low or no code. And just a couple different ways where you can do this specific to Dynamics 365. This is a really great way how to tackle different business scenarios. So, for example, you can build a custom app and flows that are embedded or extend some of your processes in Dynamics 365s. So, if you wanted to then perhaps have a simple check-in that the field service doesn't meet your needs, or perhaps you wanted to do customer service check-ins with your field technicians, you could actually build a customer service app, deploy it as part of your field service, and then your technicians can use it right on the spot. So you're actually able to build these feature-rich applications, but with very little work on your end. So you can be a civilian developer and create these applications to solve different problems within your organization. So the first one we have on the screen is an example of a model-driven app. So this is really an app that you're building based off of data. So this design doesn't require any type of code, and you have a choice of whether if you want to make it simple or complex. So you have complete control over the layout. There is a number of templates that you can use, but essentially it gives you the ability to create different views and different filters. That way you can dive down. Next, we have Canvas apps, and this is the one that I really like because it's basically drag and drop, build your own app. So you can use Excel. You can take information that you exported from Dynamics 365 from Excel and actually upload it into the Canvas app developer, and it will use that data to start building the app for you. So this is really great because once you're done building the app, you can actually share it, or where you can run it in a browser or a mobile device. You can embed it into SharePoint, Power BI, or you can even use it in Teams. So these are really, really cool tools. The last one is going to be portals. So this is just another way for you to quickly create websites where you can customize it with different pages and layouts. There's so many different templates that you can use, but this is really great because you can use this for perhaps an employee self-service portal, a customer self-service portal. Essentially, it gives you the ability to solve some of the common business problems that you may see without any type of coding. So definitely Power Apps can be used to solve a lot of problems or enhance some of the business solutions that you have created in Dynamics 365. The next piece of the Power Platform is going to be Power Automate. And this is actually a cloud-based SaaS, so software as a service, that allows you to basically get rid of some of the mundane tasks. If you've used the Power Platform before, you might know this as Flow, but it's actually been renamed to Power Automate. But it basically allows you to automate different repetitive business processes, again, with no or low code. But this is really great because you can do so much more than build simple flows. You can set reminders. You can have data move between systems on a schedule. I mean, I could have it set up for every time I receive an email with an attachment from my sales manager that it automatically gets uploaded into my OneDrive. You can have it then, or I can, every time I get an email from a specific email address, not only does it get sorted into a folder, but then it also creates an account in my Microsoft Sales, or my Dynamics 365 Sales. So Power Automate is really cool because it can help you increase productivity because you're getting rid of those repetitive manual tasks. It's also really good for data entry because you're reducing that risk of human error. And from a management standpoint, you're no longer having to worry about your team doing the mundane work or the repetitive work. You know, they're able to focus on the strategic work that's ultimately moving your business forward. So here I have an example of one of the automations. So when someone tweets about my company, I only want to see it with users who have more than 100 followers. So if someone only has 2 followers, I'm not interested in that. But I can filter it to more than 100 followers. And then if they have more than 100 followers, add them as a lead to my Dynamics CRM. So that's then getting added to a lead in our sales. And then remember, when we go through our sales process, we can then qualify that lead. But oh wait, it's automatically sending a follow-up email through MailChimp, which again is an add-on that you can have set up. So that's one way how to automate instead of having to, go through Twitter, see who tweeted, see how many followers they have, then add them to Dynamics, and then send a follow-up. You're able to automate that entire process. There are so many different things that you can do with Power Automate. And it can even help with some simple tasks like every time you have a record that's older than 7 days, perhaps like a lead from Twitter that's older than 7 days, you can have it set to delete. That way you're cleaning out your tasks. So it's really a great tool and it will make your life easier. There's a couple different flows or automations that you can set up. So the first one is going to be an automated flow. And essentially, this is something that the flow is triggered from an event. So something automatically happens after a specific event. So for example, you can have a flow that emails you when someone sends a tweet that has a keyword that you specify. So in this example, the tweet is the event, sending the email is an action. So usually with this, we can see like create, update, or deleting are those triggers. Next, we have instant flows, and these are also known as button flows because I think that's a really good name because this is good for automating those repetitive tasks that you wish you could get rid of with just a click of the button. This is really good if you want to be notified, when there's no more check-ins planned for the day, or you want to send out a reminder to your team to join the daily sync. This is really good for those repetitive tasks that you have to do and you just have to click a button. Next, we have schedule flows. So those are ones that you're doing at a specific time. So every day at 5 o'clock, you want to send out a reminder to your team that says, please update your activities for the day. It can be the first of every year, send a Happy New Year's card to all of your clients. This is just an example. It's on a scheduled task at a specific date or at a specific time. And the last one is the business process flows, and we've actually looked at that quite a bit today. That business process flows, that is the sales line, the customer service line, all of the different flows that make sure that your employees are following the steps consistently and in the same order. And the last part of the Power Platform that I want to discuss is going to be the Power Virtual Agents. And we've already had a chance to look at that in customer service. But this is a great way how to make sure that you're able to provide amazing customer service, no matter the time, no matter the day, because you can program a bot with very little coding experience. And you can actually build out a flow on how to respond, and it can actually sync up and create tasks based off of that. So for example, we actually had a customer who uses Microsoft Dynamics 365 and Power Virtual Agents, and they had a chatbot on their website. And they used it for scheduling customer service visits. Now, before, if a customer wanted to have their property come out and be serviced, they were a landscaping company. If they wanted them to be serviced, they would actually have to call, speak to a representative, look at the schedule, and get it scheduled. And granted, they were using Dynamic 365 customer service and probably in conjunction with field service, but still, it took time. Well, now using the Power Virtual Agent, they were actually able to simplify that. When a customer logged into their website or logged into the portal, they could chat with a bot, and that Power Virtual Agent, this bot, would actually walk them through and get their appointment scheduled for them. So they would figure out what they needed, what time they needed the agent out, if there was anything else they needed to know. And so the customer got an instant response. But the cool thing is, especially for the technicians in the organization, is all that information then flowed into the field service side of Dynamics. And so we had we either created an account or it was linked to an existing account. The information the customer provided about their lawn or the maintenance needed was then added into the field service, and anything else additional was added. So it was as if they were talking to a real person, but it was pre-programmed through the Power Virtual Agent. And so that is a really powerful tool that can be used to interact with your customers quickly and effectively, no matter the time of day or the day of week. All of these tools on the Power Platform that we've discussed, including Dynamics 365, use something called the Common Data Service. And what this does is it's actually providing a shared data store and basically language for business and analytical applications to use. But what's cool about this is this sharing enables data and applications to span multiple channels, different services, different vendors, because they're built on something called the Common Data Model. And we're going to get to that in a minute, but I want to talk about how the Power Platform is really built on what we call the Common Data Model and the Common Data Service. So essentially, no matter where you're getting your data from, it's all going to flow through the Common Data Model. And it's going to then go into the Common Data Service, and that Common Data Service is shared. across Power BI, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agents. And because you have that common data as the foundation, it gives you the ability to build those modern applications, connect everything together. And it really, what the Common Data Service is, it's an engine that allows you to have rapid application development, creation, integration, automation, and all of that is built on the Microsoft Cloud Data Storage. And it takes advantage of so many different processors. I mean, when we think about some of the benefits, it's very easy to manage. It's secure, and it connects with a number of different tools. Now, I mentioned something called the Common Data Model. And what that is the Common Data Model is basically, it's a logical design that has a standardized set of data and entities and relationships. So what happens is instead of, Microsoft calling an account one thing, Salesforce calling an account another, JD Edwards calling an account another, Microsoft and their partners came together to create something called the Common Data Model. And so it took a bunch of foundational terms and agreed upon definitions. And so the Common Data Service is basically a database that is sharing different terms, or basically a shared data model called the Common Data Model. So you won't really need to know the differences for this exam. Definitely, if you move on to the Power Platform exam, you will need to know the differences between the Common Data Service and the Common Data Model. But it's important to know that this is really good because it helps with analytics. It makes it so you are consistent across all the different platforms because everything is built on the Common Data Service. And the Common Data Service comes into play specifically when we take a look at reporting. So there's a number of different reporting options in Dynamics 365. You have built-in tools available within Dynamics 365. I know we looked at some of the Power BI tools, but within Dynamics itself, you can create charts, which are really good visualizations of the data. You can then take those charts and place them on different dashboards. And remember, those dashboards are those single pages that are made up of iframes, web resources, basically they're graphical reports. Or you can actually download your reports into Excel, PDF, and then you can set very, very refined criteria for each of those reports. We'll talk a little bit more about reporting in finance and operations tomorrow, but reports in model-driven apps are very, very simple and easy to use. All right, so that brings us to the end of Module 4. We took a look at the Power Platform and how you can connect, store, and report all of your data using Power BI, Power Apps, virtual agents, automating your flows. We also looked at the foundation of the Power Platform as well, which is that Common Data Model and the Common Data Service. And then we just took a very quick look at some of the reports and options that you have within reporting for Dynamics 365. And that brings us to the end of day 1. We've covered so much, and I want to thank you again for joining us for our first of 2 days. Just as a recap, today we took a look at an introduction to Dynamics 365, our 4 applications within the model-driven apps, which include sales, marketing, customer service, and field service. And then finally, we looked at how you can connect and analyze your data within Dynamics 365. Please be sure to join us tomorrow where we take a look at our finance and operation apps, as well as securing your data in Dynamics 365 and different ways to integrate it with programs that you already have in your organization. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow.